Hello, drafters. I'm Felonious. Thanks for coming by. Throw me a follow and a subscribe or a like, whatever you will, if you don't mind. And today we're doing some cube draft. Hello, drafters. I was planning to come in and do some more Duskmourn to climb in this limited. Right now we jumped down to Mythic 16 after ending at rank 9. Today we're doing some cube draft, and I was looking at the leaderboards on 17 lands, and yeah, I've got my trophy rate is 38%, which is like the highest of anyone in the top 10. Which is pretty cool. Feeling good about that. And I was looking at the leaderboards. My win rate is not the highest, but 38%, which is feeling good. So today, top 10, pretty cool. Feeling good. And I was looking at the leaderboard. Let's start over. Hello? Hello. Hello, drafters. I'm Felonious. Thanks for stopping by. Throw me a like and a subscribe. And today we're doing some drafting. I ended last week at Mythic rank 9. And we jumped down to 16 because we did some MagicCon Vegas over the weekend. I had an awesome time with my buddies. We were the Phyrexian Praetors walking around with white and black jerseys. I had my Felonious jersey on, and I had a great time. I didn't perform as well as I did at my last few MagicCons, but I still had a good time going X3 for the Open and the PTQ. So I was planning to come back today and play some Duskmourn. Climb back up to the top 10, maybe hit number 1. But then I saw we have Arena Cube Draft, and I am a sucker for some Cube. I love Arena Cube. Cube drafting is my jam. So let's do this basically all week. Let's get started. This is how I farm gold in Arena. I do Cube drafts endlessly. It's so much fun. Anytime it's up, that's what I'm doing for the week. Cube drafting. All right, what do we got? New cards for Cube. We've got a Hauntwood Shrieker, which is new. That's cool. And a Fear of Imposters. All right. So let's take a look at our pick one selections. We've got a Scarab God. Card's really good. Not a bad way to start a Cube. There's also a Thoughtseize. I'm a big fan of Thoughtseize. What shall we do? I mean, Thoughtseize seems like a safer pick for pick one. Yeah, I mean, Lutry's fine, but meh. I don't know. What do I want to do today? I think I'm going to take the Thoughtseize. Just because it's not a gold card, and the Scarab God is a gold card. Yeah, let's take Thoughtseize. Pass the Scarab God. See what else comes around. All right, pack 1, pick 2. I see this Noxious Gearhulk. That card is very good. It's nice to have in just about any black deck. But I think I'm more interested in this Tenacious Underdog. Gearhulk is a 6-drop after all. And it can be replaced with other cards. So we don't necessarily need it. Tenacious Underdog, on the other hand, is a 3/2 for 2 mana. It's basically exactly what you want in every black deck. Comes back, draws you cards sometimes. There's nothing else in this pack that's screaming at me to move to another color, so we're just going to take the Underdog. All right, pick 3. Overlord of the Baelmerk seems kind of cool. A nice way to abuse graveyard shenanigans. It's kind of like a 2-mana 5/5, but it doesn't come out for a long time. At the end of your 7th turn, if you play it on turn 2. It's also fine as a 5-drop. Maybe we should just try the new card. I also see Paradise Druid. And I'm a big fan of just like taking ramp cards in Cube. But I think I want to try this Overlord of the Baelmerk. He seems pretty cool. Nothing else in this pack is like really good. Tri-Land's nice. Paradise Druid. Intrepid Adversary are probably the next best few cards. We're just going to grab that Overlord. Ooh, another black card. All right, so we also have a Warren Warleader. That card's strong. An Agent of Rafine now. That's my kind of card. I'm a big fan of Agent of Rafine. I really like playing a blue-black aggro deck. There's also Breach the Multiverse. Breach the Multiverse is very, very strong in Cube. Especially when you have ways to copy it, like the Sphinx. You just end up milling out your opponent. Maybe I should move towards some kind of black control deck that uses Breach the Multiverse to win, instead of taking this Preacher of the Schism. Breach the Multiverse is kind of going over the top. Preacher of the Schism would be a pick for a more aggressive deck. Well, this isn't Chromatic Cube, so I'm going to go with a more aggressive build for now. Reckless Stormseeker. Now that's a card. Sheoldred's Edict is really good in this set, though. So I think I might just take another black card and see what wheels. I don't want to really take the gamble on this wheeling. This kills a lot of things for 2 mana. It gets rid of Planeswalkers, which is premium in Cube. Floodpit's Drowner looks nice. I see this Midnight Clock, and I'm thinking about that Agent of Rafine and that Scarab God that's probably going to wheel. If I had taken Breach the Multiverse, I think Midnight Clock would be the perfect follow-up. I'm just going to take Sheoldred's Edict and keep taking good black cards and see what keeps coming around. Iridescent Vinelasher. I wonder how that plays out in Cube. I think I'm a little more interested in this Mosswood Dread Knight. Overlord of the Baelmerk will be able to do some cool things with black-green, I believe. Though Iridescent Vinelasher does seem like a pretty strong play. Just kills your opponent over time, especially if you get some fetch lands. And there are fetch lands in this cube. Mosswood Dread Knight's just a higher value creature. You know, I'm going to take the Vinelasher. Oh, all right. So I probably should have taken that green card, because Tyvar is absolutely nasty. Bonehorde Dracosaur is also awesome. So I'm kind of between switching to green. Yeah, that Mosswood Dread Knight's not coming all the way around. That was a mistake. I could have taken that instead of this Vinelasher, and it would have been good. But black-green, this Vinelasher is also probably going to be pretty sweet. So I think I'm going to take Tyvar over this Bonehorde Dracosaur, just because Tyvar seems kind of sweet. All right, so some red cards. Maybe Tyvar wasn't the pick there, with more red cards coming around. Thinking Bloodbraid Elf or this Botanical Sanctum. Bloodbraid Elf isn't that exciting in Cube. The 3/2 with haste is not the best body for 4 mana. I'm gonna take Botanical Sanctum. All right, so the Scarab God didn't wheel, but we have this Forceful Cultivator, which looks pretty cool for our black-green deck. Now, Become Immense would also be pretty sweet, especially with this Overlord, but I'm going to take Forceful Cultivator. Ooh, wheeling an Nantuko Slicer too? That card's sweet. It's exactly what we want to be doing in our black-green deck. I'll take this dual land in case red becomes a color we want to slide in here. I'll take Commit to Memory over this red-white duel because it's a good card. It'd be nice to have that Mosswood Dread Knight, but this deck looks pretty strong. Iridescent Vinelasher will be pretty good with a black-green deck. Maybe some fetch lands if we can find a few. Some more splashability over Migloz. Migloz is kind of cool. But I'm going to take Godless Shrine just in case. Migloz isn't a reason to move into red. I'd rather have a few dual lands. Each of these are adjacent to our colors, so. Primal Might. That's worth a slot in most green decks. What do we got? I see this Blossoming Tortoise that looks interesting, but not that interesting. Anzrag the Quake Mole is kind of cool, but Homicide Investigator seems like the kind of thing we want to be doing in our black deck. It would have been nice to have some red cards moving into this pack because of Magda and Bloodthirsty Adversary. Magda is really good. I see this fetch land that I'm thinking about as well. I mean, Homicide Investigator is good when you're making your opponent's creatures die in a black deck. I did wheel a bunch of green cards there last pack, so I'm going to take this Homicide Investigator and see where it takes us. Ooh, Pest Infestation? Pest Infestation's really good. I think I'm going to take that over Valky. But there's a Misty Rainforest. Tempting, tempting, tempting. Pest Infestation just makes so many creatures. It's kind of exactly what we want to be doing with Tyvar. There's a lot of things it kills too. This, a Damnation. All right. I like Damnation. I see this Mind Stone here as well, but Damnation's going to do some cute things for us. I think Goldvein Hydra is also a very good card. Oh, there's a Grenzo? Oh no, I have to take that, I think. Grenzo is absolutely busted. I'm in a green deck. I'm going to be able to splash that red. Yeah, I got to take Grenzo. Card's absolutely insane. It's like the best card in Cube. You play it, you heist target opponent's library, and then you get to play the card for free. And then if they don't kill it, you just get to play another card for free every upkeep out of their deck. That card's awesome. And we're happy to be splashing red for it. I see Cultivate, and I think that's what I want. Especially now that I have red cards to play. I'm going to take this over a dual land or this Sorin. I mean, Sorin seems cute, but I don't know how often we're going to flip him, and I'd rather be getting some lands with Cultivate. Okay, wow, this is a pack. This is a pack. Crashing Footfalls is really good. It's one of my favorite cards to be playing in Cube. You just suspend it on turn 1 or turn 2, and out of nowhere, you just get some 4/4s. Your opponent ends up forgetting about it so often that that when you have no cards in your hand and your opponent's just getting rid of all of your things, you just end up with a couple 4/4s and win the game. There's also a Maelstrom Pulse, but I think that could wheel. The Smuggler's Copter is arguably the best card in the pack. And I do have ways to animate it. I'm just going to take Footfalls, though, because I'm not that aggressive of a deck. Elvish Reclaimer, Darkstar Augur. Darkstar Augur seems a little bit dangerous in here, but I do have several 1-drops. And maybe we could play an extra land so it's not much of a loss. There's also this black-red duel that'll help us play Grenzo. Darkstar Augur seems kind of cool. But it seems like we're ramping, so it seems like a bit of a dangerous pick. I'm going to go with it. We don't need a Kaito Bane of Nightmares, but a Bitter Triumph might serve us well. Deep Cavern Bat over a Fecund Green Shell? We don't have that many things that trigger the green shell. 1, 2, 3, it looks like. 4. Yeah, I think I'd rather have a cheap creature that's going to provide some disruption. Arid Mesa. That'll help get a red land. I don't need that Blossoming Tortoise, but I'd rather have a fetch. Buried in the Garden. That would have been nice if I had taken that Savai Triome. I'm still going to take it. Sorin the Mirthless. I guess it's possible he could find a slot in the deck. He's not my favorite card to play in Cube. Murderous Cut could be a nice, sneaky card to pull out on people. But Cruelty of Gix gets me back Grenzo. So I'm going to take that. Ooh, we wield a Maelstrom Pulse. Excellent. Ooh, we wield the Null Drifter. That's cool. We might not be playing Null Drifter in our Darkstar Augur deck. We'll see. See what happens. Ooh, I see a Toxic Deluge. That card's pretty sweet. Kalitas. That card's pretty nasty. How much removal do we actually have to take advantage of it? I wonder. Not a ton. Kalitas is really strong, though. Might be a better pick than Toxic Deluge. We could use some lifelink in our deck. Ooh. We could probably use more 2-drops. Looking at a lot of double pips. Keen-Eyed Curator looks cool here, but Gonti is just so good. Gonti is one of my favorite cards to play in Cube. You just steal your opponent's things. Do I have any elves or elementals? I do have an elf. I'm going to take Nissa because it gets me Tyvar. We'll see if I can get another fetch. What is this? That is awesome. Windswept Heath. And that Savai Triumph would have been so good. Mistakes were made. Sharp-Eyed Rookie would probably be pretty good for us, but I think this Overgrown Tomb or this Windswept Heath are where we want to be. I'm going to take the Heath. Another trigger for Nissa. And for our Iridescent Vine Lasher. And now that we have a couple more white sources, we can just like play Buried in the Garden, and this Elesh kind of looks good. We have a good amount of ETB effects. Captivating Crossroads is probably a safer pick for us, though. We might just need the splash land. I'm going to take Elesh with Grenzo. We can do some nasty things. Glissa, Llanowar Elves, a Bristlebud Farmer. I'm going to take Llanowar Elves. It's just exactly what you want to be doing in a black-green deck, sort of. Do I, though? Do I want it over Glissa? It's not like I'm ramping in this deck. I'm going to wheel Glissa. Indatha Triome. Yes. Yes, please. Wow. What a pack. What a pack. Pylon, Grave Titan. Tarmogoyf. I haven't played with Tarmogoyf in Cube. I bet it's fine. I'm just going to take Grave Titan because it's awesome. Works really well with our Elesh Norn as well. Crabomination. That's my kind of card. Alright, Crabomination. Let's do it. Xander's Lounge is black and red. Also taps for blue. I don't really care about the blue, but I do want the red. Yeah, I'm going to take that over Deluge. I don't really want to play Toxic Deluge. That card just, like, kills you. You pay 7 life and then they counter it, or I don't know. You pay 7 life and then you're at, like, 6 and their creatures are dead and you just die to something with haste. It's probably fine, but I bet it doesn't have the highest, that high of a win rate in Cube. And I'm not sure that's really tracked on 17 lands, but... There's a Gonti on the wheel over this Cruel Claws heist. I like having some disruption, but I like Gonti more. And we could play Golos. We definitely have the ability, but we're just going to play Gonti. Maybe. We're going to have to make some cuts, of course. But Gonti works pretty well with Elesh Norn as well. I think taking this Overlord of the Baelmerc that early was probably a mistake, but not taking the Mosswood Dread Knight was my biggest mistake this draft. Overgrown Tomb over either of these cards. We're happy to take a duel. We've got a lot of double pips in this deck. We have a Llanowar Elves we want to cast on turn 1 and a Thoughtseize, so having that Overgrown Tomb we can search with a Windswept Heath is nice. Good splash for Kolaghan's Command. Bristlebud Farmer wheeled instead of that other card we wanted, whatever it was. Ixis Command is nice over this Emperor of Bones. Ooh, wielding Pylon as well. Okay. This deck looks good. We did not wield Glissa, which means that Mosswood Dread Knight probably ended up in somebody else's deck. That was the wrong signal. Taking that Darkstar Augur, but this deck looks pretty sweet. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I don't need a Plains. I definitely need a Mountain. Arid Mesa can find this Xander's Lounge and this Mountain, and that's it. Oh no, it can find Indatha Triome for Plains. Sweet. Alright, let's see what we got here. Forceful Cultivator will be good for us. We don't really need it. It's under consideration for a cut. So how many white sources do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess that Plains would give us another searchable white source for the Cultivator, but I don't necessarily want to play it. It is a 2-drop sometimes, and when it's a 2-drop, it's really good. I mean, there's a chance I just mill myself to death with Overlord, but I also might just get back Grenzo. So I think it'll be a fine include. I don't necessarily need this Bitter Triumph, though. Maybe Bitter Triumph is going to be better than that Primal Might. No, I like Primal Might, especially when I have like a lifelink creature. Having to pay 3 life for Bitter Triumph can be tough. We're at 16 lands. I don't know if that's right. Definitely want 17 lands with this deck, don't I? Alright, so we have 10 black sources, what, 8 green sources? 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, that one counts too. Can I get by without another land? I have Cultivate, Buried in the Garden, and Llanowar Elves, but I don't have that many sources of extra lands. There's Nissa, that gets me some mana, but I also have fetches, so not playing a 17th land does not feel right to me. I want to keep Gix's Command. Buried in the Garden's kind of sweet with Elesh Norn too. Well, I suppose I'll mute my mic while the grass is getting cut outside. Yeah, I'm looking here, and like the considerations are Overlord of the Belmerk as one of my cuts because it's just kind of a 5-drop 5/5 to get something back. It's a 2-drop that like puts stuff in my graveyard, but it's not really much of an advantage for me. Sometimes it's going to come out as a 5/5 later on, but and it does help search for my Grenzo. It helps search for my Grenzo for 2 mana, so. I think Gonti might be the weakest card in here, just because we have some really high power cards to play. It feels like Gonti's kind of the weakest, but between that and like a Crashing Footfalls, because I think we need to play one more land. Let's see, 4, 6. Do we though? Yeah, we have too many fetches. We do need another land. Double green, double green, double green, double black, double black, double black. We have more double black than double green. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll make it 10 and 10. Add another forest. All right, let's see how this works. Diving in, Arena Cube. Oh, I love it. No, I don't. Alright. What do we got here? Windswept Heath to get us an Andatha Triome. We've got red mana. This will be fine. I guess it could get us a Godless Shrine if we wanted it to. Now that I have this forest to play Tenacious Underdog onto... Alright, I'm going to play this. We don't necessarily need it to be Andatha Triome. We might just want to pay the life for Godless Shrine so we can curve out with Underdog and Preacher. Alright, yeah. That's what we want to do. Well, now that I have Deep Cavern Bat, I think I'd rather play that first. See what's in his hand. Okay, well, I don't want him to play that next turn, so let's keep him from doing so. Our opponent cannot do anything. I know I could have Thought Seized and Tenacious Underdogged there, but I'm not that worried about him playing a Showdown of the Scalds next turn, and if he decides to keep his Resto Angel up, well, he's not getting any value, and I get in a free attack with the Preacher. So I'm not really worried about Thought Seizing anything away from his hand right now. Showdown of the Scalds might give him some value, but he's only going to get one land off of it, and what, can he cast 3 spells next turn with 5 mana? That would be quite a high roll if he managed to pull that off. So now I get to Thought Seize. Well, now I think I want to get rid of Showdown of the Scalds because I'm cool with his Resto coming out. I really don't care. And now I have less life, so I'm going to make a 1/1, I guess. We're burning ourselves down, but it's going to be worth it. And then Tuco Slicer might just get us a land back next turn. We shall see. He kind of has to play the Resto in order to not die, right? No? He's planning for some board wipage. Even if he does get rid of our board, we have an awesome game plan. Okay. He's going with the Field of the Dead game plan. I respect that. Quite strong. Maelstrom Pulse could be good for that. Ooh. I like Cultivate. What do we need? Black mana and red mana, I suppose. To animate our land with. Excellent. And then next turn, we'll be able to draw some cards with Preacher. If Kogla fights Preacher, then Kogla dies. So I'd be cool with that. Plus we get to just drop Grenzo next turn. I want him to get rid of his Kogla so that I can just play Grenzo. Excellent. That's a smarter play than fighting the preacher. Surely. Yeah, I don't want him restoing his Kogla once I play Grenzo. So I think maybe I just kill his guy, get back a couple creatures. Because then I'll be able to take something else from him. Yeah. I could have put 2+1/+1 counters on one of those guys and gotten in as a 3/3, but I'd rather just have a couple extra cards. I will give him this trade if he wants it. He doesn't. He doesn't want it. Pest Infestation's pretty cool here. Because I can do like X equals 2. Blow up that. What does he have for 1 green mana? Oh, does he pile on maybe? I don't know. Let's see. No, it's something else. Maybe he's just in full control. Ah, Lightning Bolt. I'm cool trading off for the preacher if he wants to. Nice. My opponent just top decked a Pyroclasm and wiped our whole board. That was awesome. Our opponent's about to just quit, maybe. Ooh. Once each turn, so I can play that next turn. But I could use it now. Yeah, I might as well put it out now. So I can give it a +1/+1 next turn. A heist always grabs your opponent's 3 best spells. That's actually what the text reads. It doesn't look at the 3 random non-land cards from target opponent's library. It takes your opponent's 3 best spells every time. Oh, I guess I could have exiled it if I'd done it at his turn. Ooh. Had the lightning bolt. I guess we'll just have to Nantuko slice it back. I'm I'm going to drop this bad boy and give it a +1/+1 counter. Pretty good top deck for our opponent. Wow, nice. I guess I'll just play Grenzo. There can't be a better play, can there? Ooh, I do control several basic land types. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good game. Let's go again. Let's go again. Do I need a white source, or do I have enough? 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't actually search for a white source. There we go. I wanted that so that I could get a plains with Cultivate. This hand is sick. All right, we got a turn 3 Nissa. Hopefully we draw a land to make use of the Nissa next turn. We have another elf in our deck. It's Tyvar. It'd be really cool if we could draw it. Let me get rid of this thing so I can ramp up to Crabomination. I'm not that worried about that Voice of Resurgence because I'm not much of an instance deck, but what is this going to do to me? Yeah, I probably shouldn't let him untap with that. That doesn't seem like a safe plan. I'm going to play Tenacious Underdog, and then I'm going to kill this like that. Put a land on top of my deck. Perfect. And attack. So next turn I can drop this Crabomination and steal his Eladamri. Or his Marsh Flats, I guess. I would prefer the Eladamri, personally. Oh, wow. Those are some choices. I don't need Nissa anymore. I'm happy to trade her off with that knight if he wants to. The knight's only going to get bigger, so I'd rather trade off with it now, and Nissa's done its job. Attack! Do I just want to make more creatures? Nah, I'm gonna draw a card. He's pretty much dead, so just make sure that I don't run out of cards. He can make his Knight of the Reliquary larger, but he should probably move to blocks first, right? Yeah, I think he's just dead. He has to tap both of these to use their abilities. He's not gonna have... Oh! Settle the wreckage! Nice! That was awesome. That was awesome. So that was a reason to not attack with everything, for sure. But at least I got a bunch of lands. That was awesome. We've gotten Pyroclasm. We've gotten Settle the Wreckaged. Still not stopping us. That's not going to do it either. I could have just cast it for 2 to, like, cast whatever I draw, but having a 5/5 will be valuable. I probably should have played it after attacking with Grave Titan so that I could have gotten Grave Titan back to my hand, but we'll live. Okay, now his knight is dead. That's better than him trading off with the worm and the reclaimer, because now we can just get in attacks next turn with the overlord. And we can just make a million 1/1s. I don't think that's going to do it, friendo. It'll help. He probably won't crack it now. He'll wait till he has a 7th land. Reckless attacks. Milled 4 lands? Juicy. Yep. That is what we expected. And then we'll play a Grave Titan. Probably cycle away this Xander's Lounge. Our opponent has a Balustrade Worm and zombies. Blockers confirmed. I don't think he can block my Llanowar Elves. I guess he can. And he'll go to 1. That's cool. I'll just keep this Iridescent Vinelasher in my hand until I draw land. I might play Elesh Norn, though, to keep... I could have played Elesh Norn first, try and trick him. But he did not crack his Flooded Strand before moving to block, so he might actually just be dead. Yeah, let's play Elesh Norn. make sure he doesn't get any more triggers. Oops. Oops. Sorry, Freya. You will not be getting a zombie from that. Good game, Freya of the Lake. Cubelicious. Let's get some more. Cube. We're going undefeated today. That's my plan. I want to see 4 trophies in a row. And this is how it begins. You're right. 3 is cubed, 2 is squared, and your joke is still bad. Are we going to draw a green source here? That's the real question. And I think the answer is yes. Yeah, that looks dangerous. All right, we got our green source. That's nice. We are tearing ourselves up life-wise. That's okay. We have a Maelstrom Pulse to deal with Sheoldred. Yeah, taking this away kept him from playing a 2-drop, which would have really killed us. If I play this, I'm just going to die. Go down to 12, and then I go down to 7, and he just plays Sheoldred, and then I'm probably just dead. Do I need to play Homicide Investigator in a tapped land? That way I only take 3 damage, and I don't take the extra damage for paying this life? I think so. I think if I burn myself out with that Overgrown Tomb and don't play a blocker here, I'm just dead. Alright, we got the Ophiomancer. That's a good trade. Now we don't have to worry about Maelstrom Pulsing. Yeah, that's really awesome. That is really, really awesome. Does 5 mana do anything next turn? I don't think so. I guess it does. I'd rather have an extra 1/1 with that. Wouldn't I? No, I gotta keep from dying. I'm not worried about value at this point. I'm going to outcard him. With the Overlord and the Grave Titan. I just need to keep from dying, I think. He has Overlord. What's getting him back? Sheoldred, probably. Oh, dang. Alright. Cultivate gets us... What do we need? A green land. We have a red land. So we need white and green. Okay. And I can take some damage from Overlord and hope to gain some life in the air. Next turn, I'll have a bunch of action. Is the deep cavern bat gaining me life going to be worth more? I guess it depends what he gets back. Well, now that he can just kill that, I think I would rather gain some life. Yeah, because he could have done that beforehand anyway. Yeah, I'm just going to die, it looks like. No, Sheoldred was too much. We needed to block the Overlord there, just take an extra damage so we had one more turn. Yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah, let's see if he makes a mistake. Yeah, I did not need to trade off with that 1/1 lifelinker. Ooh, I could have had 4 more life, been at 6, and had another turn or 2. That was a mistake. That's alright. Misplays happen. Headshake achieved indeed. Oh, I was dead. I was dead either way. Too much Sheoldred. Yeah, no, that was my mistake. I just should have jumped there. Alright, so we're not going undefeated today, but that's going to be our only loss. No problem. I'm thinking about the Forceful Cultivator in our sideboard and thinking about all of our awesome 6-drops. Bristlebud Farmer is good. Maybe I want to play that over the Vine Lasher. Let's try that. No. These decks are too aggressive. I don't need Bristlebud Farmer over the Vine Lasher. I mean, it's a good way to gain a ton of life. That's for sure. I think this will be good. Oh man, now this I don't feel as good about getting the green source with. No Thoughtseize here. Only 2 lands instead of 3. I have a black source, a red source, Grenzo. This can't get me lands though. And this hand is really close, but I can't keep it. I like this hand. We got our double white and our double black, and we didn't even need to use the Arid Mesa. And double green, all right. Looks like we may be facing some sort of control deck or Bant ramp E-deck. We shall see. We're going to need red mana. I don't want to draw any more lands. I could have saved that in case I draw Nissa, but I don't want to draw any more lands. It'd be nice if our opponent tapped out so we could drop this Elesh Norn. Because against a Bant deck, Elesh Norn is going to be really good. Enduring Curiosity, that's a pretty strong card. Got him. Haha. Elesh Norn's a tricky mother, isn't she? That's funny. He had removal and he forgot to use it. That destroys artifacts. So that can destroy that thing once it comes back. Yeah, I just want to kill his creatures so he doesn't draw cards next turn. And then I can just Pest Infestation a few things next turn, maybe. That's a big one. Yeah, I'm going to do that to kill this. That was a really nice top deck. And pay some life to get our Preacher out. And then next turn, if we top deck a land, we can Pest Infestation and get 6 1/1s, blow up his Enduring Curiosity. Maybe he'll play more enchantment removal too. There's a lot of it in Bant. You might have a counterspell. That would be lame. Counterspell indeed. Yeah, it'll be hard to come back from that. He had the counterspell at the perfect time for us. That was not good. Yeah, Enduring Curiosity is so busted. We are not going to be able to beat that. Too many cards. We could always top deck Grenzo if he doesn't have another counterspell. Oh. Yeah, that's not good. that Primeval Titan was so good for him. Can't beat Enduring Curiosity on the draw when our opponent has counterspells. And Grenzo can still win the game, but that's not Grenzo. A shame of a game. Can't win them all. There was nothing we could have done about that game. The game before, we might have been able to win, but with this Perforator Crocodile, probably not. This hand finally looks good. Preacher of the Schism will be good next turn. The earlier that's out, the better. Oh, Thieving Haven. Well, that's going to have to die immediately. Excellent. I thought this was whenever one or more creatures die. I didn't know it was you control. Huh. Oops. I think Preacher is still going to be the play next turn with this Xander's Lounge, and then the turn after that we can do some cool stuff. Ooh. Thoughtseize. He's getting pretty close to that Bonnie Paul. I think I'd rather get rid of that. I guess it made more sense to Preacher first. I didn't think about his Ledger Shredder, though. JMS. Supreme Champion. That's a really good draw for us. Here we go. Can get a black mana, and then we can make our opponent sacrifice a non-token creature. Then we can kill their Jace with the Homicide Investigator. Excellent. And then next turn, this Windswept Heath might draw us into Tyvar, if our Nissa survives, that is. He does have Tishana's Tidebinder to stop our Nissa from working. I don't like that very much. Yeah, that's going to suck. I mean, that'd be fine. don't think there's any reason to crack it. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to resolve twice, but that's okay. All right, cool. Homicide Investigator gets us a card there. And let's see if we draw into a 1-drop. These Thundertrap trainers should be pretty good. Oh, what a top deck. Probably take this Treasure Cruise or this JMS. Maybe Bonnie Paul. Yeah, I'll take Bonnie Paul. Seems good. You get to attack with Preacher, make a 1/1 and draw a card because we're tied. Wow. Our opponent just rips a Grenzo off the top of their deck. Grenzo, eh? I guess I'll just play Bonnie Paul. We're going to be 1 mana short of that Buried in the Garden. A shame. We'll have Buried in the Garden for next turn. Grenzo can't be sticking around too long. Bonnie Paul has been slain. Oh, of course I draw the mountain now that I can't use Arid Mesa. That is poetic. I want to bait out any counter spells he might have. Sublime Epiphany, that's a pretty good one. So make a copy of Grenzo too. Wow. Probably should have attacked with that 10/10 first. Probably has my Grenzo heisted. Oh, that's pretty good too. Yeah. Let's return a couple cards. Get back, what, like Bonnie Paul and then Tuco Slicer? I mean, I guess I could take that one, but I don't really want to be losing any more life. Now I've got my own Grenzo and an Nantuko Slicer to take care of whatever he does. That's not what I expected. 4 mana now. Larcenist. He's trying to stay alive. How dare he? Probably just kill him with the Nantuko Slicer. Good game. Cube. All right, we're 3-1. 3 and fun. 3-2. Sorry. Still 3 and fun. Do we want to change anything? Not really. I could ditch the footfalls for this cultivator. No need. Our mana's decent. It's not that good. Our mana's not that good. Footfalls is pretty strong, though. I like having 4/4s out of nowhere. The body is just kind of negligible on Forceful Cultivator unless you actually get to drop it as a 2-drop. And it's pretty nice. All right. Going into game 6, we're 3-2. And that's a good hand. Hopefully we can draw another land before playing that Arid Mesa so that we can get the full value from Nissa. We got it. Oh, our opponent has a Lightning Bolt or a Burn spell. It's a pretty fat stack there. Anguished Recollection, maybe? When discards burn down the house. Or their Inferno Titan. That makes more sense. Oh, okay. We drew an elf, so we're not going to get Tyvar off of Nissa. But I don't want to drop Tyvar without another creature, so we're going to play Nissa. And then next turn, we can Tyvar, Arid Mesa, and play Llanowar Elves. Or he'll Molten Impact it. I still think that made more sense than running out Tyvar into the removal. Though Nissa with Elesh Norn is a cute combo to get you lots of mana. Once he draws land, he'll probably just Overlord. Yep, that makes sense. Now we can crack this Arid Mesa. Grab Indatha Triome. Oh, that's funny. I mean, Elesh Norn takes care of the Terror of the Peaks problem. And then I can wipe out some stuff next turn. Yeah, I think that's a better play. I wonder if I can threaten an attack here. With Tyvar as well. Now I just pass so I can pump up Elesh Norn with Tyvar. He tries to kill her, which I assume is his plan. Yep. He's realizing that none of this will work. All right, deal. I guess I could keep up this Sheoldred's Edict just in case he has some tricks. I don't really need to. Yeah, Ellis Norn got him good here. Now, he could have played Burn Down the House at any time. I don't know why he didn't just play it. He could have played it and kept up Play with Fire so that he didn't have... I guess he wanted to use his Terror of the Peaks, but he traded off his Terror of the Peaks, so that was confusing. Much confused. This hand looks alright. You can drop our Overlord on turn 2. And Nissa on turn 3. This will animate after my 7th turn. I guess after my 6th turn. I just want the Preacher. My opponent's in white. Maybe I'd take the Grave Titan. So Ellis Norn doesn't just get Swords to Plowshared like last time. This is better here because next turn going to 5 doesn't help me cast Grave Titan. And if he has removal, he has removal. But if he doesn't, then we get to play Cultivate and Tyvar next turn, probably. Oh well. Adeline with Mikaeus is quite a combo. Grenzo's pretty good. I think I need to drop the Grave Titan first. He might just have removal for whatever big creature I play, and I'm going to need blockers. If he has a removal spell for Grave Titan, we're pretty close to just being dead. No removal for the Grave Titan means we're not dead. It looks like we're alive. Surprisingly. Ooh, Flage seems pretty strong, but then he gets to play Flage, doesn't he? I guess I'm going to take War Leader's Call because it... He won't be able to use Flage anytime soon. I feel like that's going to be good to get rid of Mikaeus. War Leader's Call would have been cool, but we got rid of one of his creatures. He still needs 2 more cards in his graveyard to be able to cast Flage again. I don't need to do it now because Overlord's going to get animated. Right? He's pretty close to being able to play Flage again. Is he going to swing out? That's nice. And we've got Maelstrom Pulse to get rid of, what, bats or 1/1s? Whatever it is, we'll keep it on top. And if he blocks, I can just kill his bats. Yeah, I'll take Grunzo. Now I've got Ossification for his Flage and Maelstrom Pulse for the bats. Hopefully he doesn't have a 3 damage spell for me. There we go. That's going to be the game. Good game. All right, we're 5-2 with our black-green splash red-white deck. Cubelicious. Cube, 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 cube all day. I like to cube it, cube it. I like to cube it, cube it. Now, if Arena Cube was in Premier Draft, Ranked Draft, who knows what it would look like. Oh man, no green mana for this Llanowar Forceful Cultivator hand. What a shame. I think Gix's Command and Crabomination will be better than Pest Infestation. Johnny's a good card. Then Tuco Slicer next turn, if I untap, and get me back an Arid Mesa, which is pretty cool. Or can get me his Arid Mesa. I won't have anything in the graveyard though. I don't really want him to have an Ajani. I'm just gonna take 2. Because I can just Gix's Command away both of his creatures next turn if he doesn't do anything. Ah, we've been strangled. We are in trouble. Not really. We're just going to draw land and Gix's Command his creatures. Though if we don't draw mana, we will indeed be in trouble. Nice. Now hopefully here I can trade off with the Ranger of Eos. I think I'd rather have his Arid Mesa than his Strangle. Because if I take his Arid Mesa, maybe I can get the Strangle with this Crabomination. We'll see. Well, at worst, Pest Infestation is just a 3-drop that makes 2 1/1s. And that probably would have been fine. That would have been fine against our opponent here, definitely. I'm happy to trade off with the Ranger, hoping we can Gix's Command away a couple creatures next turn. Maybe he'll play the Ocelot and the Ruby Collector. I don't like seeing double blue up, but that helps. Arid Mesa can get our Godless Shrine, right? Yeah, we're gonna Thoughtseize first. We're gonna lose like 5 life from all of our different spells this turn, but Gix's Command needs to resolve. Got him. See, that double blue. I knew it was dangerous. I knew it. I'm telling you. Gotta watch out for those double blues. What else can I do? Return some creatures. Yeah, let's kill all of those. Get our Slicer back. Excellent. Smuggler's Copter will probably kill us if we don't do something about it. What's going to be better here? Taking a card from his hand? I mean, I don't really care about the Lion Sash. I think I'd rather have an extra lands sometimes. We're going to need an answer for Smuggler's Copter. That is for sure. Otherwise, we can just Nantuko Slicer our Gixis command back to gain some life. I think that's going to be our next best play. Yeah, Nantuko Slicer could take his Ajani and my Gix's command. This gain life? No. Oh, Flage? That's not good. I guess that Lion Sash would have been quite strong. If we draw a mana, then we'll be good. If we don't, then we're dead. Oh, wow. I don't think that's going to help, because our opponent can just Flage next turn. Wow, what a top deck for our opponent. It's pretty strong. Yeah, Nantuko Slicer can get back Arid Mesa, and it can make a copy of his Flage. Alright, well. Yeah, we're just dead. That was a good top deck from our opponent, speeding up the clock by a turn. If we had the Lion Sash instead of the Ruby Collector, then we probably would have been okay. Because that Pest Infestation would have killed his Smuggler's Copter and Bomat Courier, and then... Oof. Alright, 5 and 3. I'll take it. We're even. And we're going to do another one right after a break. I'll be right back. Hello, drafters. I'm back. I'm Felonious, and it's time to do some cube draft. Diving in. I hit Mythic rank 10 last week, and I went to MagicCon Vegas, so I jumped down to 16, and I was going to come in today and climb back up to the top 10 with some Duskmourn drafts. Then I saw there was a cube, and I love Arena Cube. We went 5 and 3 with our first deck, playing a black-green deck that splashed for Grenzo, Elesh Norn, and a Buried in the Garden. And the games were fun. I think we could have pulled off a trophy, but we didn't. New draft. Pack 1, pick 1. We've got some great options here. Breach the Multiverse is cool, but usually in like Chromatic Cube is where you want to be first picking something like that. Arena Cube's a lot faster. Oracle of the Alpha is really fun. You get to play with Time Walk and Ancestral Recall. I think I'm going to take that just because it's the most fun. It's also quite good, especially when you get some recursion of instants and sorceries. I also see Agent of Rafine. I'm a big fan of Agent of Rafine. Oh, there's a Grenzo Crooked Jailer in this pack. Well, forget what I said about Oracle of the Alpha. Grenzo Crooked Jailer is like the best card in Cube. So we're going to take that. We're sad to see Oracle go with all of its Time Walks and such, but it does add 9 cards to your deck, so it kind of thins out some of the power in addition to giving you good cards. So it is a trade-off. Grenzo, on the other hand, is a 6-drop that just steals your opponent's best card. You cast it for free, and then if they don't kill it, you win. And if they do kill it, you're probably going to win anyway, because you got their best spell for free. It says heist target opponent's library. It says look at 3 random non-land cards from target opponent's library. But what it really says is look at the 3 best cards in your opponent's deck and cast 1 for free. That seems to be what it does every time you cast it. All right, pick 2. We have several choices. I see this Jace the Mind Sculptor, and I like the idea of some Grixis action. I see a Scalding Tarn, which is a cool idea. Fel seems a little weak for what we're doing here. I don't want Fel as a pick 2. Jace the Mind Sculptor is great, though. And we don't need to be playing black-red to fit Grenzo in. We could be playing a Grixis deck, blue-black or blue-red with a little splash action. And who doesn't like to play with JMS? There may be some folks out there, but I'm not one of them. I'm a big fan of this card. I remember playing Standard when it got banned. I was jamming America Cawblade back in the day. Jace the Mind Sculptor is going to be pretty good in Cube because he draws you cards. He's a little bit slow for today, but the rest of that pack wasn't so exciting that I wanted any of the other cards. Cackling Observer. That card is really good. It steals your opponent's cards from their hand forever. You choose 1 card from your opponent's hand and exile it. And then when it leaves the battlefield, they seek a card with lesser mana value than the exiled card. So you get a very good card, and then they never get it back. That seems like a good way to start. This Tenacious Underdog is also really good, and there's a chance Cackling Observer could wheel. As good as this is, I'd rather be filling my deck with 2-drops. I'm going to take Tenacious Underdog. It's really good in a lot of matchups. It's good against aggro decks. It applies pressure, even in your controllier decks. And it draws you extra cards sometimes. In aggro, it pushes through damage late game and draws you cards. Awesome card. What else we got? Harvester of Misery is fine. I see Hellrider, and I like the idea of doing some black-red. There's a lot of red cards in this pack. I could take Chandra and just move into black-red. There's also an Iridescent Vine Lasher. That card's fine. It doesn't really excite me. Harvester of Misery is pretty good, but I could also take a Cultivate to make sure I can ramp up to Grenzo instead of doing some sort of Grixis deck. Cultivate is pretty good. I like the idea of a black-red deck, but I don't see anything that's really pushing me towards it. I mean, Hellrider is strong. I think I'd rather take this Cultivate. Ooh, what do we have here? Thieving Aven for our Jace. Might have been a good idea to just take a black card there. Thieving Aven is really good. It kind of just dies a lot. I think I'm going to take this Crucius. Cultivate, the idea of Cultivate was to allow me to play multiple colors, but Crucius is going to be really good. It'll ramp us into our Grenzo. It'll search for our Grenzo sometimes. Like we pick Ambitious, we discard a 5-drop, and we just draw Grenzo. I'll absolutely snatch up Crucius. And like we still might play green over the Jace. Like we said, Jace is okay. That pack wasn't that good, so pick Jace because he's fun. Key to the Archive is a very good card. Aclazotz is also a very good card. Key to the Archive is kind of what you're trying to do in Cube. It gets you counter spells, it gets you Lightning Helixes, Approach the Second Sun, Day of Judgment, Time Warp sometimes. Aclazotz is really good though. I think I just want to move into taking these good black cards instead of that Key to the Archive. Ooh, all right, black-red looks like the direction that we're moving in. And I'm not that upset that I missed out on a Hellrider or a Chandra or what have you. Overlord of the Boiler Bilges is great. We're happy to see it. Cultivate still looks pretty good with all of these fat things. But, oh, Paradise Druid. Yeah, I mean, I could take Terror of the Peaks because it's a fine card. And I'm missing out on these dual lands for a Jund deck, but this is a pick 8 Paradise Druid, and ramp is really good in Cube. We're light on 2-drops. I'm gonna take it. Yeah, that's pretty nice. A black-red green land. I don't need any of these. Liliana's fine, but passing all 3 of these may send some of the wrong signals, but I'm not really worried about it. My cards are better. Perforated Crocodile is great. Liliana's good, but I want this dual land. Tri-land, actually. There's so many playables in Cube. I'm going to get awesome cards for this Jund deck. So I want to prioritize the better dual lands and tri-lands. Scalding Tarn finds me a Zayator's Proving Ground, and I think I might want that over this Strangle. Strangle is fine, absolutely. But, yeah, I mean, Strangle is pretty good. Nah, we're going to take the Tarn. It gets us our Zayator's Proving Ground. In a green deck, we're going to want Landfall sometimes. Ooh, look at what we wield. Cackling Observer. We're taking that over a Roiling Eruption or a Zealous Conscripts. Zealous Conscripts is really good in Cube. You end up stealing something awesome, but I don't really want it that badly. This Cackling Observer is going to help get our big creatures, clear the way for them by getting rid of removal spells and whatever else our opponent's dealing with. That looks like a red-green land to me. What do you guys think? Yeah. Red-green land. I don't really want these red cards that badly. I know we've passed a few red removal spells. Maelstrom Pulse over this Kogla and Yadaro. Kogla and Yadaro is really good. It's actually one of the like highest rated gold cards in Cube usually. But I want this removal spell because our top end's still looking pretty good with Grenzo. Kolaghan's Command is nice. Doesn't Key let me grab a Demonic Tutor? What is Key? Oh, yeah, it also gets Demonic Tutor. Yep, the Key is good. But what did I take? Aclazotz? I mean, I really like Aclazotz. The Key would definitely be looking quite fine with all of these dual color cards. I can't deny that. The Key looks pretty good with Atali, too. The Key ramps into Grenzo, so that might have been a wrong choice. But I really like Aclazotz. And we'll have other ways to ramp, so... Roller Crusher Ride is kind of ridiculous. I think I'm going to take it over Atali because it does just like murder an entire board. Atali's really strong, and it's the kind of card you want to be playing in Cube, want to be ramping into, but Roller Crusher Ride's got to just kill everything, doesn't it? Fanatic of Hronos. Yeah. Hey, Cylon Skin Job. Appreciate you being here. Let you grab the Pele. Yeah. Fanatic of Hronos is our pick here. We want 2-drops that ramp for our black-green X deck. We'll find more things like this Blood Crypt. Yeah, this Blood Crypt. Do we want anything over the Blood Crypt? We do not. That pack had a bunch of fine red and green and black cards, but none of them were as good as a Shock in our colors, and we'll probably wheel one of them. So, what's next? More ramp? It's a 1-drop. It doesn't add mana that we care about right now, but we could care about it. And it's colorless mana, and that's pretty good for us. So, we'll take more ramp. In a green deck, you really just want to play as many of these Llanowar Elves adjacent creatures that you can, and pick them early too, because there's only like 4 or 5 of them, and you want as many as possible. Wow, this is quite a pack. Fable of the Mirror Breaker over Bitter Blossom, probably. I do like Bitter Blossom. Card's kind of sweet. Our 3-drop slot is looking heavy. But Fable's really good. The Must Answer threat that creates things that make treasures. I'm going to take Fable. That card's really sweet. We'll find more 2-drops. Bitter Blossom is good right away. It's true. And every other turn. Doesn't make me treasures, though. Or, like, it doesn't make a Must Answer threat that makes copies of Grenzo and Overlord. It's good. It's definitely good, but I think Fable's going to fit our deck a little bit better. Man, I don't really want to pass this Fatal Push. I think we can wheel this Blackcleave Cliffs. What's our removal look like? I guess we're ramping into some pretty sweet removal spells. I'll take Blackcleave Cliffs, make sure we can cast all our spells. Dracosaur. I think I've taken enough dual lands where I can take another big creature. I don't think I'll wheel Restless Vents. I think I'll probably wheel Collective Defiance, but it's possible that I'll wheel Restless Vents. I think that's probably like the second worst card in the pack for most other people. Goldvein Hydra is quite good. We have a black-green dual land here, though. Yeah, I'm going to take this dual land over that Goldvein Hydra. Ooh, nice wheel on Atali. Nice. That is awesome. Let's see what our removal looks like. We'll count Overlord as a removal spell, and it only costs 4. And our curve is pretty, at the very least. Our mana is going to be excellent in this deck. It's nice to start off with cards you know are awesome and you know you're going to play. That way you can take the lands to make it possible, and the deck builds itself around that. Pillar of Flame over a Soul Scar or a Blood-Soaked Champion. Blood-Soaked Champion doesn't seem like what this deck's wants. I like Blood-Soaked Champion, but I don't think it's what this deck wants to do. No. I'm going to take Pillar of Flame, just in case we want one cheaper removal spell to keep us alive. We already have this Kolaghan's Command, but just in case. I could have taken Sun Petal Grove, and that might have been a little bit better than Pillar of Flame, just to allow us to splash into white without any problem, but Pillar of Flame might be really helpful for us. I could take Nowhere to Run, but I want Solemn Simulacrum. We don't have a ton of ramp. We have 4 ramp cards. Let's make it 5. Den of the Bugbear. Yeah, I'll play a Manland. I don't need Bastion of Remembrance in this deck. It's a 3-drop 7/7. That gives your opponent a few bad cards. I mean, I might play that. Board, discard a card. Exile the top 13 cards and then search your library. Exile the top 13? That seems like quite a risk to do before searching your library for a card. Ooh, Darkstar Banisher's good. Do we have any free white? Just the Indatha Triumph. I don't want to count Avacyn's Pilgrim as a white source. That's not really a reliable white source. It dies a lot. Valki looks like our pick here. There are some good dual lands in this pack, but Valki's awesome as a 2-drop to give us information and disrupt your opponent's game plan. In late game, you draw him as a 7-drop and he'll completely take over the game by drawing you 2 cards a turn or by exiling your opponent's creatures. I'm in. Pillar of Flame's probably not going to make it in here. There are a lot of double red pips for not having any red 2-drops. But that's why we took all these dope lands. Scalding Triumph can get Ketria Triumph, or Scalding Tarn can get Blood Crypt, Zayatoras, and Ketria Triumph. So it's got a few good targets. Fetch lands aren't really doing much for us. Magda's really awesome. Legion Warboss is good too, but it's better in an aggressive deck. Deep Cavern Bat might fit our theme of just taking cards out of our opponent's hand a little bit better. Magda definitely helps ramp into things though. And we're going to want early red for our Fable and for our Crucius. I'm going to take Deep Cavern Bat. That card's awesome. It ends up being a 2-drop that gives you tons of information, and your opponent ends up, like, they have to kill it at some point if they want their card back. So it 1-for-1s and gives you a bunch of information and slows down your opponent's game plan, and I don't need to go on. Reckoner Bankbuster. This card's awesome in just about any deck that you're playing, especially in Cube. When you have things like Tenacious Underdog to set it off, Cackling Observer will turn it on as well. Crucius. It's going to draw us cards. Occasionally it's going to ramp us. Usually it's just going to draw us cards and slow down the opponent by making a blocker. Sometimes it attacks. I don't really want to move into blue to play this Uro. Got enough double pips as it is. I know we're a ramp deck, I know, but Smuggler's Copter is awesome. I could take this Xander's Lounge just to make my mana better. But I don't think I need to. I think the Smuggler's Copter is going to be kind of sweet. And I don't necessarily need to play a Razor Demon. I mean, 3-drop 7/7 does sound kind of cool. What are the 3 cards? Demonic Pact is pretty good, though. I mean, only if I'm losing. I guess that puts them on the clock for themselves. Ever After is going to be pretty... I guess your opponent gets Ever After every time. Because those are the only 3 cards that they see, so they get to choose one of them. So they'll probably take Ever After. Woohoo, here we go. Hostile Investigator. That card's awesome. And I have multiple ways to make my opponent discard cards. This doesn't make him exile it, does it? Nah, yeah, that does make them exile it. But we still have Deep Cavern Bat and Aclazotz, so Hostile Investigator will be great for us. Oh, these dual lands are beautiful. Watley? What kind of crimes are we committing here? Crime. 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 Watley, I mean, finds Atali. I do have multiple dragons. I'm going to take Huatli. I mean, it gets me a land from my deck, and I have a bunch of dinosaurs to get with the search library for a dinosaur card. If you end up flipping Huatli, it's kind of a slow game plan, but it does have an air of inevitability, especially with something like Atali. Trumpeting Carnosaur, Screaming Nemesis, Trumpeting Carnosaur, Burn Down the House is really good. But I want this Carnosaur. Another dual land over this Nantuko Slicer or this Apprentice. Yeah, I mean, we're running up on playables. And not many of these dual lands have green in them, so this will be good for us. Marionette Apprentice is a pretty good card. It makes 2 creatures. But we'd rather just have lands. Bloodbraid Elf might be pretty sweet. We have a lot of good 3-drops, but I don't want to flip my Roller Crusher ride with Bloodbraid Elf, so I'm just going to take another dual land. Legion Warboss is good enough to sit on its own. I could find a slot in here. I don't have enough instants and sorceries to make Molten Impact worth it, so I'll take this Farmer and probably just not play it. I mean, we're more of a black-red deck than a green deck. Do we end up just... That's pretty funny that our green is really serving no purpose at all. I could have cut the green. All it does is ramp us. Like, wield that Cult Conscript too. I mean, I still like the idea of playing green cards to ramp up into my big things. Because there are like 4 pieces of ramp, and it fits the strategy pretty well. I don't think the black-red aggressive deck looks as good with the cards that I have. On to deck building. We've got a few decisions to make here. How good is our ramp that we can just ignore some removal like that? And we also have these cards for disruption. It's not removal, but it does slow down our opponent's game plan. All right, we need to make one cut. And we have Trumpeting Carnosaur. That's another removal spell. Smuggler's Copter is probably the cut. That card's really good, but it's not going to serve our strategy that well. It'll help us loot into our really good spells, which is nice. But I think I would rather just have these green creatures. I think Huatli is like the next worst card. And Huatli is probably worse than Smuggler's Copter, but at least this gives me another land to play into my big things, and it gives me something to do if I don't draw my big spells. I can spend 5 mana to exile it, make a bunch of 3/3s, and I have multiple dinosaurs that are going to be good. All right, let's make sure that the land selector didn't do something crazy. I don't know, this doesn't look right. Looks like too many mountains. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 red sources. 8, 9 green sources. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 black sources. I mean, we are pretty even with 10, 9, and 6. And I want more green sources anyway. I'm not counting on playing this Avacyn's Pilgrim on turn 1 very often, but another forest would be nice, since this is a bunch of tapped lands. I think this looks pretty good. We're going to get all the mana that we need. All right. Let's give it a shot. We're playing with Grenzo. 2 drafts in a row. 5 and 3 the first time. Let's do better. Looks keepable to me. I'm definitely going to need to draw some lands, but there's a reason we're playing 17 of them. If I can draw a second red source, I'll drop that Overlord of the Boiler Bilges on turn 4, no matter what my opponent has. I'll just do it right to their face. Make sure that 5/5 comes out as soon as possible. Or I'll maybe just play Valky if I don't get the second red source. I'm not worried about Valkying before I put out my creature here because Fanatic of Avernus is fine for him to kill. I can always reanimate it. And it's better as an eternalized creature. Ooh, Deep Cavern Bat. That's pretty good. Valky would have been pretty strong against that. Does he take my Overlord? He has to, right? Let us see. He might take Valky if he doesn't want me to have some information because he sees I don't have 2 red sources. That seems like a smart play to get rid of the Valky. He doesn't know how many red sources I have in my deck, but yeah, he wanted to get rid of the removal. That makes sense. So I can't play Valky and Huatli, but I do want a 5th land to play next turn. Do I want the second black or the second red source? What a disaster. The second black source makes Aclazotz, which keeps coming back. Second red source is going to be necessary too. I'm going to get black for now. Because with Huatli, I can make more red mana with my creatures. And I can already flip Huatli with the Indatha Triome and Rootbound Crag. Three mana and one of them is blue. They just exile Huatli? I mean, it's likely he has a removal spell if I do that. Yeah, I think I should play Aclazotz. I think it's less likely he has a counter spell than a removal spell. And any instant speed removal spell just kills Huatli. Kind of spikes that game plan. Yep. And now I get the extra mana for next turn. Our plan is working. Because next turn we can just cast Valky with this Forest and with Fnatic. Sheoldred's good. Not great against Valky. Yeah, what can the Scalding Tarn get? Just a bunch of tapped things. The Blood Crypt? You can get me a Blood Crypt. It's gonna cost a lot of life, though. Now I can play his Sheoldred. And if he has something to kill my Tibalt with, so be it. Yeah, that was a good play. Puts us in a what I'll call an unreachable position. Now we get the Cackling Observer away, whatever's in his hand too. Yeah. Get rid of that so it can't kill my flyers. Let's use this. Kolaghan's Command. Pretty sweet. See, I could have played Sheoldred first to make my Fanatic of Rhonas tap for a lot more. It probably would have been smart. Oh, I can tap this for any color mana. Oh, that's pretty sweet. I meant to hold that during their draw step. Oops. Kill the Deep Cavern Bat. Get back our Overlord. And we sacrifice our Fanatic of Ronus, but that's fine. Now we can kill probably Glissa over the 6. Nah, I want to kill 6. I can chump the Glissa with something if I have to. I'll let him get in an attack with Glissa if he wants. He can draw a free card. He's just going to take more damage from Sheoldred. I don't think he can really afford to do it. Yeah, if he wants to attack with Glissa, he'll draw a card and lose 3 more life. Should I cast it for fun? Whee! All right. Ramp deck works. Cubelicious. Okay, what do we got? We got double red, we've got green, we've got 2 drops, we've got 3 drops, we've got 4 drops, we've got 5 drops. This hand's sweet. We'll need some lands, but great hand. I might need this. I guess I'll need the double red on turn 3 to play Overlord. Assuming I draw a land that doesn't come into play tapped, that is. This is kind of hard to kill with 4 toughness, at least at instant speed. Not that hard. But it's kind of hard to kill at instant speed. Most of those spells deal 3 damage. It's got to be a sorcery to deal 4. There we go. Even if he kills it, at least he doesn't get it a mana advantage. There we go. That's why we didn't pick Fell, because it's a sorcery. And it's kind of lame. We picked a Fox Jace the Mind Sculptor because it's cool looking. Alright. Crucius or Fable will be good next turn. Overlord would be even better. Yeah, we're going to want an Overlord to kill that Screaming Nemesis probably. Oof. Well, what do we do? Well, I can at least play this land. Probably drop Crucius so that I can make some extra mana and ditch this Cackling Observer to draw something that costs more. I might get Grenzo. You got a removal spell, but I have a Bankbuster to crew with. Yes, let us trade. Let us trade. That's a good deal. He doesn't get to deal me extra damage. He just dealt 7 damage to my Bankbuster with the Screaming Nemesis. That was a good blanking of this card, even if Bankbuster didn't draw us anything. Our opponent's running out of cards. We now have this Hostile Investigator, and looks like their board's going to be empty. I'll be mindful about putting lands in my graveyard. I'm giving him mana. Oh. Bestow. When the creature dies, it just comes back, right? That's probably worth getting this out anyway. Better to take 2 damage in the air than 3. And this will be a clock for our opponent. I don't like that very much. Opponent has 2 mana. I would rather just get a card out of their hand, I think, and play the Dracosaur. I'd like to ramp up to 6 mana and play Grenzo instead of using this 5 mana to play the Dracosaur now. At least with Grenzo, I get the double spell. And I don't really just want to sit around and Maelstrom Pulse's Detective's Phoenix. This would be a great target for Comeback Wrong. I don't know if that's in this, but... Valky gets to snatch my Grenzo or the Dracosaur. Probably the Grenzo. That would make the most sense. If we draw land, we can Fable and Maelstrom Pulse. Probably do that. Get rid of this Valky. We don't want him doing anything suspicious with that. Alright. That looks pretty good. We can make another treasure so we can play Grenzo next turn. I mean, if he kills our Shaman, that might be annoying, but at least we have the phase 2 of this to draw into a land if we have to. Uh-oh. Now we're in trouble. We're gonna need to draw something good with this Grenzo or we're just dead. Yeah, we're dead. He got us with 3 lands. That's Shivan Devastator. Well played, opponent. Yeah, Carnosaur's discard would have been pretty good if we could have used it. We needed to get the Dracosaur out. Our opponent did not have removal. We should have just played that Dracosaur. He wouldn't have been able to attack through it. Well, you know, hypothetically. What actually would have happened is if I played my Dracosaur, one of the cards in the hand would have transformed into a removal spell. Schrodinger's hands. No, I mean I needed it out like turns earlier, not then. I needed to play it when I had 5 mana instead of playing that Hostile Investigator. The turn I played the Hostile Investigator, that was the mistake. That game. I didn't need to get a card out of my opponent's hand. I needed to play a flyer, I suppose. Black-red is what we need. I guess I'll play Valki. I like the idea of playing Tibalt later, but Valky's going to be good here. My opponent might have some sort of game plan I can disrupt. I don't have anything to ramp into with Fanatic of Ronos. Well, that's kind of cool. I'm really glad that I can see my opponent's hand, because, yeah. Now my opponent doesn't get to drop this 2-drop on turn 2. He has to just like save a counter spell. Now he might get to play a 2-drop. With a Brainstorm, he gets to hide his hand. That's pretty strong against Valki. Just reset it. That's not right. You can only put back 2 of the cards. Well, so he has a make disappear. Wait, I have to write this down. I've been duped. He has Brain Surge. He has a Shard Mage's Rescue. He has a Make Disappear. And he has an Island. Alright. Or he had a land. He had some kind of land, didn't he? Okay. We want more red out, or do we want more black? I guess we'll take another black source out. And I'm not going to play anything into his Make Disappear. I'm just going to pass my turn. I know he has Make Disappear, so... Oh, no, he doesn't have a land either. Yeah, Brainstorm, if there aren't lands on top of your deck, does not help you find lands. Play this Fanatic of Ronos. I could play the Tenacious Underdog just to make him use his Make Disappear. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Oh, okay. Even better. I just get to resolve a spell. Our opponent has their planes. Get some attacks in before using this Cultivate. He might have a harder removal spell now that he has the 3 mana available. But there's a good chance he just does Brain Surge at the end of my turn. Let's see. I have plenty of green. I'll take black and red. And I'll save this Bank Buster. No need to get it countered. It'd be nice to have Bank Buster out with the Fanatic so that I could tap for extra mana. Okay, I like that our opponent had to spend 4 mana to get rid of our Valky. That might just come back. Ooh, what a top deck. What a rip. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we'll take that. No problem. Yes, you can have extra cards, opponent. I really wanted to land there so that I could do more things, but we'll live. There's one. I'm pleased. He can take care of my Grenzo, and I have a Teferi. Or he can take care of my Teferi, and I have a Grenzo. Either way, pretty good spot. Our opponent has a lot of cards in hand. Ah, they also have Teferi. We both have Teferis. Groovy. And then I'll just go ahead and win with the Roller Crusher Ride. Doink, doink. Good game. I don't know if Arena has decided I was the victor there. Looks like that guy just kept a risky hand. Brainstorm does not help you find lands. That was a mistake that guy made keeping that hand. Is what it seemed like. There are plenty of other one-drop draw card spells that can help you find lands. Consider Opt, Serum Visions, Preordain. I could go on. Brainstorm is not one of those cards. Brainstorm is notoriously bad in limited. It's better in this because you can play it with fetch lands, but still. Okay, I don't like that. At least I can kill it with the Trumpeting Carnosaur next turn. I would rather see what's in his hand instead of trying to ramp up with the Pilgrim. Okay. Yeah, we'll get rid of his Preacher. I guess I don't need to get rid of the Silent Hall Creeper that badly anymore. I could just play a couple creatures and attack in. I would have liked to have another green mana for this Fanatic. But we really want to get up to 6 mana so that we can kill 3 things with the Roller Crusher Ride, because that Hall Creeper is going to be a 3/3. Yeah, he has Air Tie, so I don't like the Bonehorde Dracosaur that much here. Probably just Fanatic and this to kill the Hall Creeper. Yeah, I gotta do that before he can untap and use Air Tie. That would be a problem. All right. Yeah, now our opponent's going to Emperor of Bones Trumpeting Carnosaur. It's pretty powerful. What a combo. We kind of walked into it, but I didn't want that Silent Hall Creeper to become a copy of Emperor of Bones and then be a 5/5 and then be out of reach of our removal. And he had Air Tie. He could have countered it, so. Now he just gets a Trumpeting Carnosaur. It's not going to give him... there we go. Gave him a Bristly Bill. Pretty strong, but that's just a better target for our Roller Crusher Ride now. If we don't even need to top deck mana. We just get to blow up his entire board while he's tapped out. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I play this, and this taps for 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not enough. Nah, I wish I could double spell here. I guess I'll just kill them all. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait. Oh no, I can't do it. That's okay. We'll be able to do it when we have more mana with that Fanatic of Ronus. Gain some life, pass the turn. We'll crack this clue and hopefully draw into a land. And if we don't, if Fanatic's alive, then we'll just be able to Roller Crusher several creatures away. So our opponent is lacking green mana, but their blue-black cards seem pretty strong. I don't really want to tap my Fanatic, so I'm just going to discard this Bonehorde Dracosaur. Now I can crack both of these clues. That's pretty sweet. With 2 Hostile Investigators out, I benefit when I'm the first. Alright, that's what we needed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Whoop, dead. Good thing he didn't have Air Tie. Could have been trouble. The Roller Crusher Ride. What a wild card. Plague Wind. Make your own Plague Wind. You can destroy something and then block something else. I'm just going to attack in. I have 6 mana to play Grunzo with. Block the underdog. And then I just play this. Good game, Razorus. Team solo mid, I see. I always welcome a strong challenger. All right, 3-1. Let's keep it rolling. Is Untapped working today? It looks like it's working on my end. Oh yeah, you can see that draft deck. So cool. Oh yeah, here we go. This is a hand. We're not first, but that's okay. You got a turn 1 Pilgrim, turn 2 Druid. Now if my opponent kills this Pilgrim, I'm going to be sad because I don't have a turn 2 play. We did it. And I want black mana for that Cackling Observer over the red mana that we'll get for Roller Crusher Ride eventually. Okay. This Roller Crusher Ride might be better sooner than later. I'm going to Cackling Observer. See what my opponent has. He might have double red mana. It doesn't show the lands, so that might be a mountain. I think that's going to be... Yeah, I think I should take Chandra over Virtue, or maybe not. He can double spell with these two pretty well. But that's not the worst thing, I guess, if he gains life and gets out Vran. Because next turn, I'll be able to Roller Crusher Ride for X equals 3. Yeah, see, he had another mountain. We did not want him playing Chandra there. That would have given him quite an advantage we would have had trouble dealing with. Well, now the question is, do I really want to play the Roller Crusher Ride? I mean, he's got a nice little combo, but I don't think so. I think I would rather play this Tenacious Underdog, this Reckoner Bankbuster, and keep up some mana to draw cards with the Bankbuster, or block with it if I have to. I think I can make the Roller Crusher Ride work a little bit harder for me. Oops. And now I have the Tenacious Underdog to sacrifice, so I don't lose any of my creatures to his priest, so that actually looks okay. Ooh, that's pretty strong. And Rand drains me for another 2. Oh no, it already drained me. Never mind. Now I can hit 4 things with the Roller Crusher Ride. And he doesn't get the value off of Priest. He still drains me for 2, and then he has this Chandra. So we're not in the best position, but... we're alive. And we can always flip Huatli next turn if we don't draw anything good. Just by playing her, getting a land. And then we'll have a couple 3/3s. And we'll be able to get a Tali like 2 turns later. That should be good. Good enough? We'll see. Oh, all right. I like that play. I like that play a lot more than our opponent making 1/1s and killing our stuff. I could blitz this, but I don't really want to lose life. But I want to kill that Chandra, so we're going to blitz it. Boom. Bye, Chandra. Ooh, wow, that's strong. I think Overlord will be better after I do this. If I play a land, I can actually cycle away this Xayah. That's probably going to be better. Does that give me a land? No, I already have a land in the yard. Oh well, I'd rather cycle this than have an extra mana next turn, I believe. Ooh, that's quite a top deck. I think I need to get rid of his Preacher, though. Yeah, I don't want him drawing extra cards from that Preacher, too. He's going to draw cards from Liliana. Alright, I'm going to play Overlord. Get rid of his Preacher. I want to threaten Liliana. Because if she just ults, I'm in a lot of trouble. Yep, and draw cards, and then I'm gonna play this Valki to try and take whatever he has that's going to kill me. I can't take Go for the Throat. Ajani's a fine pickup, though. Deathrite Shaman would actually help me gain some life, though, if I copied that. I just want to slow down his game plan. If I can cast a Tali next turn, that'll be nice. Though his Liliana will be ready to ult, which isn't going to be good for me. Oh. Thanks for the follow, Demi. Appreciate you. I just set up my alerts today, so this is the first time I've heard that sound. We're doing cube draft all day. I hit rank 10 in Arena last week and went to MagicCon Vegas. It was awesome. And when I came back today, I was planning to climb back up by doing some Duskmourn drafts. And then I saw it was cube draft, and I love cube draft. So here I am. Ooh, Kolaghan's Command is exactly what we needed. All right, I have 9 mana. So what can I do here? As much as I want a Tali, I really need to deal 2 damage to this thing so that I can get in some attacks. Let's see, what does this deal? A source non-combat damage, just double it. Okay. So I could just deal 4 damage to this with Kolaghan's Command. I think I'm going to take the Trumpeting Carnosaur because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'd rather get rid of this Liliana. Yeah, you know what? Give me some Atali. If I just have to Kolaghan's Command his Liliana to keep her from killing me, that's fine. I'd rather get my Atali out, get some free spells. Oh yeah, how about that? How about that? I gotta put in some control to make sure it doesn't go straight to combat. I might want to use this Emperor of Bones. I could Emperor of Bones my Overlord of the Boiler Bilges. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that. I suppose I would like to gain some life, sort of. If he has a removal spell for Emperor of Bones and I do that, then I'm kind of in trouble. So instead, I'm just going to return a creature from my graveyard to my hand and deal a bunch of damage to Liliana. Yeah, I didn't target his Seasoned Pyromancer because he could have just done that. If he was tapped out, I would have been all over it, but we've got a nice stabilization here. He doesn't get to ult Liliana. Are we dead? No, we're just dead. Goblin Bombardment. Wow. Yeah, our opponent got it. Yeah, they drew too many cards there. There wasn't much that we could do about it. Them drawing into Goblin Bombardment was a little too much. That was close. That was close. They were a very fast deck. We did our best to stabilize, and we did a pretty good job, but too much burn. That was a good game. 3-2. I'll keep this. I've got a Cultivate to give my black mana and a Fanatic of Ronos to lead the way. Swords. Pretty strong. Jewel Mine Overseer is pretty strong. Draws him an extra card every turn. Hostile Investigator looks a little bit worse against it, but that's okay. I guess I could keep this Ayator's Proving Ground in my hand to cycle with this Hostile Investigator. That actually makes sense to me. Just in case we really do need to outcard our opponent. Oh, that could be cool. We have ways to get rid of enchantments. Yeah, I'll take that. Exactly. Exactly. That's awesome. Maelstrom Pulse can get this Hostile Investigator or can get this Jewel Mine Overseer. I think I should probably just kill this Jewel Mine Overseer before he gets anything out of it, any more out of it. And then I'll play this creature and this tapped land. Yeah, Cerise is a pretty good card. Well, we've got a nice little plan here at least. Let's draw a Grenzo. Why not? Not what I had in mind, but it'll do. Cerise is going to run away with this game. We used our removal on the Jewel Mine Overseer instead of saving it for something else. That is annoying. We have some more removal spells to deal with that, but I think Maelstrom Pulse was kind of a premium option. So that's not great. I need to play this Avacyn's Pilgrim. I guess it blocks, but not really. I think I'd probably rather discard it and play a land. Well, that's an answer for Elesh Norn. Yeah, Elesh Norn is pretty darn good. So I just go down to 3. Yeah, I guess so. I can actually make a blocker with that thing next turn if I keep it up to hold on with Valky. Yeah, I'm just going to take the damage. Crucius is good. Yeah, I think we probably still just want to draw a card. Let him use Crucius. Atali doesn't help us. Kind of need an untapped land. Pull this all off. And go to 1 mana, or 1 life. Let's see. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so I think I should do this first. This might draw me into a land. Doesn't kill me. Well, that doesn't even save me. That leaves me with 1 blocker. Let's make a treasure. Yeah, I won't have enough life. But I can survive at 1. Maybe. And if he has removal, I'm dead, but dead anyway. Needed to be able to deal with that Elesh Norn. Yeah. That is pretty good. Huh. What a shame. Yeah, our opponent curved out pretty hard there. And I guess I shouldn't have Maelstrom pulsed away that Jewel Mine Overseer. It was drawing him an extra card every turn, but I'll remember that. All right, that's the worst I've ever performed in Cube. 3 and 3. That's the last time we'll see that. I do not finish Cube drafts without going positive. As a rule. That is very rare for me. Let's just make sure our deck is better this time. Some good picks here. We've got a Sheoldred. We've got a Bone Crusher Giant. Overlord of the Hauntwoods doesn't look like a first picker. Wrath of God is cool. Time Warp is cool too, but I don't like Time Warp as like a first pick. It's not that strong. Sheoldred's quite strong, and so is Wrath of God. Yeah, I'm going to take Sheoldred. It's a pretty good first pick. Key to the Archive. Over an Emrakul, over an Ornithopter of Paradise. Ornithopter of Paradise is very good. I'll take it early because it keeps you open. It ramps for all of the decks. We're going to take Key because it's good. Key's always good. Hit you removal spells, demonic tutors, everything you need, and it ramps up to big spells. Wow, I suck. 8 and 6 with Grenzo today. That is not a very good performance for having the best card in Arena in my deck. Virtue of Persistence or Preacher of the Schism. There's also Deep Cavern Bat. They're all very good cards. Virtue of Persistence sometimes goes late, but Preacher of the Schism also sometimes does. This card's really good. I don't really want to pass it if I'm playing black. I think I'd rather have it over a Virtue of Persistence too. But Deep Cavern Bat is very, very good. I'm going to take Preacher. I want creatures that are hard to deal with. Okay, so I see Flage here, and it makes me want to just go in a completely different direction. There's also Psychic Frog. Psychic Frog is very good. And we could make a cool blue-black deck with what we have here in Psychic Frog, or we could go red-white and ditch what we're going here. And I'm going to take the Psychic Frog. Let somebody else play the Flage. Repulse seems pretty good as a backup to the Psychic Frog, but Stoic Sphinx seems like an actual game plan to enact in a blue-black deck, so I'm going to go with that. Tenacious Underdog here. I know we've seen a lot of Tenacious Underdog today, but it is a good 2-drop. Hostile Investigator over this Watery Grave. Oof, that's tough. I do not want to pass a Watery Grave. Yeah, I'm going to take the Watery Grave. Hostile Investigator is great, and that feels like a weird signal to be sending to my left, but this blue-black duel over this Forsaken Miner, I don't know about that. Forsaken Miner is pretty cool. Especially when I'm committing crimes and just want to win with tempo. I like a blue-black aggro deck in this set. Though, I think the dual land might just be better for me. If I get Gix, Forsaken Miners is really good, but I'm just going to take Restless Reef. Bunch of blue-red cards. I don't really want Deduce. I could take Expressive Iteration or this Bone Crusher Giant. This is cool new art for this card. Just take the Iteration to send a signal. I mean, I guess I could play Deduce, but I'm not going to. Ornithopter of Paradise. I'm happy to play that in any deck. That's a nice wheel. Inquisition of Kozilek there also looks pretty good, but I wanted this Ornithopter. Inquisition would have been good with Psychic Frog, but once again, I'd rather be ramping into 4-drops in this set or ramping into double spells. The cards are so strong. If you can create a mana advantage, especially in blue-black when you hold up counter spells, you can accomplish a lot. See this Golos coming around kind of late, and I think I'm going to pick it up in case a Field of the Dead appears. I don't really care that much about Consider. It's a cantrip. I have better things to be doing with my card slots in Cube than playing cantrips, I think. Now, Golos is just a spec pick, so if I pick up a Field of the Dead, I'll play with it. What else is coming? I like our shell so far. I'd like some of those 2-drop blue flyers as well. Cult Conscript, excellent. I wonder if we can wheel that Forsaken Miner. That would be cool. I'm thinking we might, but I don't remember which pack it was in. No. There will be no wheeling of that card. Fear of Imposters might find a slot in here. I don't like the fact that it counters a spell and then gives them a creature. But it is a counter spell, and there are some pretty strong spells in this set, so we'll take it for now. Gix's Command looks good. And a Hostile Investigator on the wheel. That's what I'm talking about. Now, we didn't get past a whole lot of blue cards. We could consider moving in a different direction, but Sublime Epiphany is quite good, and we have these dual lands, so I think we should just try to make it work. Especially since Psychic Frog is so strong and Stoic Sphinx works really well with our Ornithopter. Stoic Sphinx also works well with Sublime Epiphany, for what it's worth. Ooh, Thoughtseize, Caustic Bronco. This is a good pack. I'm going to take Thoughtseize because it's awesome. Though Caustic Bronco is like a close second. Maybe even better. Caustic Bronco kind of does the same thing as Psychic Frog, but in a different way. I'm going to take the Thoughtseize. I don't think I'm going to wheel a Caustic that mount, but oh well. So we've got some blue-black lands to choose from. We've got a Sovereign, Sky Sovereign. But I like Crabomination a lot. I think I'll wheel one of these. What is this? Huh. That's not what I want. Spyglass Siren or Fatal Push. I'm going to take Fatal Push in this deck. Spyglass Siren is definitely sweet, but I just want a cheap removal spell to make way for our Psychic Frog. Yeah, I guess Fear of Imposters will block and put something in my graveyard. It'll counter something important, but this is like the first card I'm thinking about cutting. This card is definitely a 3-for-1. It's also a little slow, but it's good. I want to play it. I'd like a few more ways to make my opponent discard cards. The deep Cavern Bat is gone, so we took this Preacher over it. I see Dissection Tools, and I'm thinking about it. But I also see this Roaring Furnace and this Bone Crusher and the little bit of Red Splash, and the fact that I don't have a ton of blue cards yet. Dissection Tools is really sweet, though. And I have Cult Conscript to work with it. I'm going to take it. Larcenist. Looks like we're getting cut out of black. Blue's kind of drying up too, but we kind of expected that to happen based on the end of the last pack. Kitesail Larcenist is a good card, though. We're going to snag that. It blanks your opponent's creatures sometimes. You got to be careful about letting your opponent ramp into the wrong number, but this takes care of high priority threats. And it deals some damage sometimes. The ward helps it stay alive. Not a bad card. Homicide Investigator, possibly, over this Rafine's Tower. Homicide Investigator does draw me cards and works pretty well with dissection tools. I'm going to take it. I don't think I need Rafine's Tower too badly. Phantasmal Image seems sweet. I can copy Crabominations, I can copy Overlords, I can copy Atalis. Yeah, let's snatch that up. I'd like some more ways to protect my frog. Floodpit's Drowner looks pretty good here. Over Sorin. Over Thundertrap Trainer. Sorin could definitely flip with Sheoldred. Make Disappear over a Mockingbird. I do like the idea of just playing a Psychic Frog for 2 mana. Mockingbird style. Though protection is going to be good for this deck. Make Disappear works really well with Floodpit's Drowner. I'm going to take it. I'm going to begrudgingly take the Make Disappear over the Mockingbird just because I think it's going to be better for us. Spyglass Siren. Probably not going to play Warzone Duplicator. I like Phyrexian Metamorph a lot. Copy the best thing on the board. I see the Iron Crag here too, and I like that card, but... I'm going to take the Metamorph. It'd be nice to see Gix, but I don't really expect to. We have been getting a lot of black creatures. Agent of Rafine looks like my kind of pick here. I really like Agent of Rafine. Happy to include it in my deck. This deck's going to be low to the ground and full of value. The Ornithopter is looking a little bit worse in this deck. So is Key to the Archive. But we'll see what else comes up before I make any cuts. I do like the idea of Mockingbird, Psychic Frog. Ooh, Gix! We're gonna do it? Over the Sublime Epiphany for our Torrential Gearhulk? Ooh, it hurts. It hurts! I really like the way Gix looks in this deck. I'm taking it. I'm gonna cut out these cards that aren't creatures. Homicide Investigator is a possible cut. Let's see what shows up here. Midnight Clock, Hive of the Eye Tyrant, Perforator Crocodile. Lots of choices here. Intrude on the Mind is pretty sweet. It's an instant too. Yeah, we'll take Intrude on the Mind, I think. Draws cards, makes 2/2s and 3/3s that fly. Fill up our top end a little bit. Perforator Crocodile is fine too, but ooh, a Liliana of the Veil over a Thoughtstalker Warlock. Yes, Liliana looks good for us. Helps Gix get in. Some good choices here. I like Pylon. Pylon is one of my favorite cards to be taking in Cube, just because it comes out of nowhere and surprises your opponent. It's a good mana advantage to create. Ophiomancer is what we want, especially with the Gix, though. Lazav over this Treasure Cruise. It is a 2/3, and we're not filling our graveyard that much. So I'm going to take Lazav. And a Spell Snare. Snatch that right up. That card will definitely make it in the deck. Might have to make some cuts. Cruelty of Gix over this Vine Lasher. It's not like we have anything to take advantage of the Vine Lasher. Cruelty of Gix might be a good way to top out our curve. We'll see. Blood-Soaked Champion looks pretty good. Unnerving Grasp over a Tiny Bones. Yeah, we'll try that. In Cube. Wheel of Crocodile. I like Hostile Investigator with our Psychic Frog. Schooner. All right. Quick bathroom break, and I'll be back to do business. And we're back. All right, let's build this puppy. we want exclude in the deck? We want to include exclude. Dissection Tools looks like a cool top end, but it might be a little slow. What did I take that over? Why did I think it looked so good? Oh, I took it over Roaring Furnace. Yeah, because that pack just wasn't that good. That doesn't mean I need to be playing it. I mean, it's probably fine with my Ophiomancer and my Cult Conscript. But this looks like the kind of deck I want to play 16 lands in. Missing out on a few good cards, but we've got a good amount of interaction. I guess the Stoic Sphinx isn't that good for us. We don't have a ton of instants. 5 instants and a couple things with flash. Cutting the top end Crabomination might not be our best play. Might be good to keep in 1 6-drop creature just to be able to blow things up. I do like how low to the ground this deck is. I feel like I want another counter spell for my Psychic Frog. I'm not sure whether that's Exclude or Fear of Imposters, because there are creatures that serve as removal spells that Exclude can get rid of, but for the most part, Fear of Imposters is just going to be a better protection piece. Fear of Imposters will keep alive our Gix or our Shieldred or our Psychic Frog sometimes. Yeah, we don't have a ton of interaction, so I think that's going to be a good play. Fear of Imposters gives them a blocker to get through Gix, or to block creatures against Gix. But I don't think Exclude's going to really serve the same purpose. You know what? I want this Kitesail Larcenist instead. It's a flyer. It's going to turn something off. It works well with Gix. Yeah, I'd rather have another flyer, I think. Because that's also a removal spell. Yeah, this looks pretty sweet. Alright, let's give it a shot. This is kind of tough, isn't it? Do I ditch a Spell Snare? I don't think so. Liliana? Probably not. I mean, it's probably the Make Disappear. Make Disappear keeps Psychic Frog alive, but I think this makes more sense. Hey, it's Metatek. Psychic Frog. Psychic Frog will not die this day. Is Liliana the play here? I don't think so. I want to keep up that spell snare. Just play my Bloodsoaked Champion. Hope he has another 2-mana removal spell. Liliana's not all that great against a Bloodsoaked Champion. I'd rather get out my Ophiomancer before I start defending a Planeswalker. Nay. I shall discard cards forever. Would a Metamorph copy of Psychic Frog be better than an Ophiomancer? It would certainly be another Psychic Frog. But I don't think it would be better. This is good. Psychic Frog has drawn me 2 cards. It's blanked 2 of his cards. Pushing in that damage. There we go. Draw some cards. Kill his Planeswalker. Keep a spell snare up. Psychic Frog is awesome. What a great pickup. I guess that's why it's such a good card in Modern. Yeah, I guess I just attack, right? What's he got? Archangel Avacyn. It's pretty strong. Just discard some cards and make it lethal. Good game. Alright, blue-black deck. Blue-black aggro. This is one of my favorite decks to play. Thief of Sanity was kind of an inspiration for it back in the day when Thief of Sanity was really good. It's still good. It's still a 3-drop flying creature your opponent has to answer, or it draws cards and steals your best threats. But it also dies to most things, so Thief of Sanity has fallen off in recent years. I get to be on the draw with Spell Snare. That's amazing. Absolutely incredible. Oh man, if only I'd make disappear for that. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna ditch the Sublime Epiphany, maybe. Because I want to be able to play Lazav next turn. Oh. Lingering Souls. That card's pretty strong. Mm-hmm. So if I make him sacrifice a Gilded Goose, he can just kill me with his 1/1s. Do you think he'll I mean, I would sacrifice the goose in hopes that I could kill Liliana. I'm going to just get him down to 1 card in hand and keep Liliana on the board, discarding cards. See if I can just control his hand that way. That way he'll have to attack Liliana for several turns to kill her. Yeah, that's a good counter to my plan of emptying. But it's pretty good for me with that Hostile Investigator. I'm going to make a copy of his Overlord. Maybe I don't need this Intrude on the Mind, and I'd rather have Sheoldred. I don't think he's going to make that trade, but I'd be fine with it if he did. I'm going to destroy my Overlord so we can get in that 5 damage. So Liliana did her job very well. Now I get to drop this Sheoldred. And if he attacks with Overlord, he's going to take a lot of damage. Wow, what a top deck from our opponent. What a top deck, man. We meticulously pick apart our opponent's deck or hand, and then they just top deck a Grenzo, get wrecked. I guess most of our cards are 1-drops and 2-drops. That's awkward. That is quite awkward, actually. I'm going to leave my Phantasmal Image in my hand just in case he finds a way to get Grenzo back. Yeah, I'll use that mana to bring back my Cult Conscript and not block, because I don't want to give him his Grenzo back. Phantasmal Image will come out if it needs to. I'm holding on to this Phantasmal Image for something good. Psychic Frog can give itself flying a few times. Wow. I mean, that is definitely a card. Wow. That is not very helpful, is it? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, right? That's just 7. Can my opponent gain any life? We'll just discard some cards and make it 7. Nice and clean. Psychic Frog, Psychic Frog. Nice. Good game. Psychic Frog, too strong. Nice, 2-0 with our blue-black deck. Probably finish the stream after this blue-black deck. And tomorrow I'll be on later hours than I've been scheduled in the past. We're doing 2 to 6 on Wednesday and Thursday. Yeah, I wish I had an island to play the Spyglass Siren, but that's okay. I wish I had an island to play the Spyglass Siren, and I got it. I'd like a 2-drop here. Really put the pressure on. No such luck. I mean, that's not a good card to be obvious. Maybe I'll just put it in my graveyard because I don't even want it. It's too easy to play around. Too easy to play around. Now, it turns out having a Thoughtseize and a Make Disappear there might have looked quite good, but I'm happy to just draw a card with Gix. He's probably going to kill it. But it did draw a card. Let's see what he's got in his hand. Oh yeah, perfect. We'll get rid of that. I could have Unnerving Grasp first. Probably would have been smarter. But making him discard Tyvar means he can just Nantuko Slicer something of mine and his Tyvar. Sheoldred should be quite good here. He didn't crack any of his clues, so Sheoldred looks even better. Now I have a card to sacrifice to the priest. And then with Hostile Investigator, I can eat up whatever's left in his hand at the end of this turn. Well, I'll just get out of 4-3. If he starts looting, then I'll make treasures. Or make clues. I could attack with Sheoldred, but he can block with Tyvar and something else and make Tyvar indestructible, and then I lose Sheoldred. And Sheoldred seems like a pretty good win condition here. I don't have to attack in. He'll just die if he cracks any more clues. Did he draw an answer? Doesn't look like it. Yep. I'm going to take 7. And then my opponent's dead. Good game. And then he draws a card. He draws another card. Sheoldred is a fine first pick. Good game. We're 3-0 now. And this deck's kind of sweet. 16 lands, really low to the ground. Annoying. High value threats. Ooh, what do we have to start? A Bloodsoaked Champion into this Spyglass Siren. Or maybe we just play our Spyglass Siren first. Get a flyer out. Bloodsoaked Champion is going to deal a little bit more damage, but I want the +1/+1 counter to be on Spyglass Siren, so I'm just going to play it first. Okay, so now I kind of want it on the Bloodsoaked Champion, but not that badly. Ooh, that's pretty sweet. If I could draw a swamp and just have him sacrifice that Duelist of the Mind with my Liliana, I would be quite pleased. That Spell Snare's top deck was pretty sweet, honestly. I'm going to be able to double spell this turn. Yeah, I probably should have just killed that, thinking about the crime he could commit, but that's okay. Oh, he has a counter spell. Ouch. He gonna play Teferi now with 5 mana? He sure is. Kind of awkward, isn't it? Do I want him to discard a card and lose my Floodpits Drowner? I mean, I don't lose it. But me being able to tap down a blocker might be worth a lot. I'm just going to play it because he can leave up Restless Anchorage. I'd rather just get one of his cards. If he plays a blocker, I can make him sacrifice it. What you got, opponent? I'm just going to bounce this to his hand. He does have the Restless Anchorage, but I would rather him have to replay this. I'll Manifest Dread and just make him discard a card. Nice. So I can make a 2/2 and then keep Tenacious Underdog down. That makes sense to me. And now, if he blocks, I can still make him sacrifice the Anchorage. And I get my Cult Conscript back to the battlefield, and we have Tenacious Underdog to follow up. So that was a good turn for us. We're happy to throw away some cards just to make sure his Teferi does not go off. Each player discard a card, and I'll animate this Tenacious Underdog. And I'm just going to send them all at Teferi just in case he has something. He had to discard Grenzo. Some more interaction. It's awesome. Our opponent's deck is really sweet. I like playing a white-blue deck. And he's also splashing for Grenzo. Seems awesome. We talking Foundation spoilers? What do we got? What do we got? Not impressed with the Johnny Color of the Pride reprint. Chandra Flameshaper seems like exactly what I want my 7-mana Planeswalkers to be doing. Hightail Cunning Infiltrator seems really good. Very, very strong. I guess I don't need to make him sacrifice a creature. Yeah, this will be good. I get to kill his Teferi and have an awesome board position. And yeah, Mox Emerald is not going to do it for our opponent. Excellent. Keep ticking up Liliana. Blue-black control for the win. I see his Cyber Siphoner's already in the graveyard. Dig through time off the top. Huge. My opponent get to give himself a time walk with that dig through time. He sure did. He's either going to take my time walk or his. I wonder if it's just Mox's. He just sees a choice of Moxen. Yeah. Of course he was going to get his time walk. Dig through time had to grab those 2 cards, right? It's like the top 7 cards. I guess he could have missed. There's a lot of cards in his deck. That was a pretty sweet pull for him. Ancestral Recall could have drawn him into Time Walk. That was really the one card he needed to hit. This guy's going off. If he can hit another Time Walk, he's in it. My opponent just hit my Time Twister. Oh, man. So if I don't play Oracle of the Alpha, he doesn't get that. Can I counter his Time Walk when he replays it, at least? We'll see. He's going to have 4 mana left over. You got 5 mana now. He still has a lot of threats to deal with. Sitting there at 5 mana. Let's see if this is enough. It's a good top deck. Hopefully he has a 2 mana spell he wants to play. I put as much on the board as I could. That's a 2 mana spell. And those 2 treasures counter my spell snare. Yeah, got him. Got him. That was an awesome game. Our opponent almost stabilized after having nothing on the board. Top decking. That was awesome. Top decking Dig Through Time with nothing in their hand to take an extra turn. Time Twister. Oh man, that was awesome. He actually had enough answers to deal with my board. Wild. Alright. 4-0. Keep it rolling. Blue-black. We're 12-6 today. No islands. This is better. It's kind of tough. I'm tempted to put a land away. I think that might be foolish. I mean, I'm pretty low to the ground. A lot of 4-drops I want. I do want to get mana. I'm going to ditch this. I am going to ditch the island. I think this will be good. I'm going to get a creature on the board. And then I'm going to Thoughtseize next turn and have Spell Snare up for his turn 2 play. Get rid of his Lurrus. And maybe he'll even cast that spell to kill my dude next turn. Probably not. I'm still pleased that we got rid of that land, because I want this Fatal Push to deal with his knight. Yeah, I didn't want to Fatal Push something while he had a removal spell up. That might have lost me some unneeded tempo, but I didn't want to play Ophiomancer into a removal spell of his. You control. Well, at least I have good blockers for the Caustic Bronco. Oh, yeah. Getting my Larcenist. Still in a pretty good board position. Yeah, that was a good play for him. Keeps him alive, draws him a card. Okay. Okay, opponent. I see what your game plan is. See what you're all about. Nah, I don't need to risk losing the Ophiomancer. Yeah, maybe I should have threatened that extra 2 damage with the Ophiomancer. Because he wouldn't have traded with Ran. I mean, he may have. Yeah, I mean, I can't really deal with that Vran, so I'm just going to take it and hope I have something good. Yeah, I mean, that's going to make a copy of Vran, and that'll be awesome. It could also make a copy of Ophiomancer, which would be useless, but it's possible. I could Phantasmal Image the Ophiomancer and then attack with it as well, but I think making a copy of Vran will be better. He has Den of the Bugbear. I want blockers. Tenacious Underdog will lose me the life first now. Man, I do not like this at all. One extra damage or something. Gets rid of my Vran first. Yeah. Nice Embercleave, opponent. Wow, he pulled that one out of his ass. Well played. Bastion of Remembrance with Vran, too strong. I needed to attack in with the Ophiomancer that one turn to threaten trades. Because without Vran, he can't win that game. If I don't attack with my 1/1 Death Toucher, then I get to block his Den of the Bugbear there too. So I made a couple mistakes that round. Playing against Bastion of Remembrance and Vran. Drains for, 3 life a turn. Yeah, I didn't play that perfectly. I do not respect Vran enough when I see it. He was able to drop that Bastion first, and that was a good combo. I wasn't worried about countering his Bone Crusher Giant. I know it would have been a 2-for-1, but I didn't care about keeping my Cult Conscript alive, and this is a card draw source for him, so this is probably getting rid of more cards than that was. Hostile Investigator makes a good Metamorph target as well. My opponent wants to kill it. That's cool with me. I'll just intrude on the mind on his turn. We've got all sorts of things we can grab with this Intrude, like a Gix and a Sheoldred. like our opponent has nothing else to do with his mana. I'm happy to take Sheoldred and Thoughtseize to give her some protection from whatever removal might be in my opponent's hand. And my opponent wants to give me 3 cards, even better. Just get rid of that. I could keep up this Flood Pits Drowner in case he has something interesting. I'll just play Lazav, though. And he might be waiting for a mountain to play a Goldspan Dragon, but I'm going to take that risk and build the board up. We're 4-1 right now with our blue-black control deck. It's not even a control deck, really. Pretty aggressive. Gets on board early. Gains tempo. Disrupts the opponent's hand. It's been performing quite well. Ah, good old Flage. Flage. Is he going to ephemerate it? Is that why he took... No, okay. He was considering hitting the Liliana, possibly. I don't think I need this 7th land nearly as badly as I want to keep up 6 mana. Or these cards in my hand. So I'll just pick apart my opponent's hand, and when he plays Flage, I'll counter it. And if he doesn't play Flage, I'll crack that clue. But I think Metamorph is more valuable here than that land. If it was an island, then maybe I would have considered keeping it. Because it would have been a better sign for me to be able to double spell in the future. Nice. Get to tap that down and draw a card. It's pretty excellent. I'll discard my Underdog. And get some attacks in. Keep up the Epiphany. We'll just keep picking apart our opponent's hand unless we draw more lands to double spell with. But Sublime Epiphany is some good backup. What you got there, Mitlin? All right. Our opponent has some good creatures. Making him discard the Wandering Rescuer when he's at 4 mana, that's pretty brutal. He's been waiting to play that for some time. That would have been quite a good threat to drop, like at any point in the game, before I left up this Sublime Epiphany. I'm just going to make my opponent sacrifice that giant. Hold on to this counterspell. No reason to let my opponent resolve anything. That's fine, though. He can resolve that. This is going to be the weakest Sublime Epiphany anyone's ever cast, but it countered his Flage, which kept him from gaining life. And that was the whole idea. And I'll make us each discard a card. And I'll pump up this 2/2. He's one card away from animating Flage. Escaping Flage, I should say. The robber. Good game, Mitlin. All right, 5-1 with our blue-black tempo, aggro, control, awesomeness. Cubalicious. Thinking about that Stoic Sphinx, but not that hard. I don't need it. I have plenty of ways to push through damage and control my opponent's board. Liliana's been really good in this deck because we're emptying our hands so quickly. It's just eating our opponents. Oh, I like the new Kellen. That card seems sweet. Especially compared to the last, like all of them. You might be able to spell snare them and then Preacher. Surak the Blunt Caller. Good man there. Knows what it's about. Calling blunts. Being Surak. Do we want a 2/1 on the board to apply pressure? We do. I'm going to get rid of Intrude on the Mind because I think Liliana is going to make it so I have no cards in hand sooner than later. I want to get out Lazav and keep up Spell Snare. And keep back Phantasmal Image in case he resolves some huge creature. Oh, that's strong. I could Spell Snare to counter my own Lazav. I don't want to do that, though. Yeah, I think I would rather get rid of my Spell Snare now. Hold on to our Phantasmal Image for whenever that Overlord becomes a creature. I don't like that. Okay. Well, that's something to copy instead, possibly. We'll see. If we don't draw any action, we'll have to play Phantasmal Image and pick apart his hand. I think I would rather have him sacrifice a creature so I can get in some damage. And on my turn, if I have something to discard, I can tick up Liliana to be able to sack again once his Overlord's out. But we'll see what happens. Phantasmal Image is a lot better against creatures that are creatures when they're played. Pretty strong. Yeah, that's a pretty good card. Well, at least we'll get to make a copy of his Overlord and then make him discard a card. He has a counter spell. That's brutal. I guess I might as well get one of his creatures instead of the last card. No. I'm back. Had a phone call there, pardon me. Where are we? We're 5-2 with this blue-black deck. Let's finish it out. See if we can get our trophy. Oh, what an awesome hand. Yeah, last turn I needed to, or last game I needed to just animate that 4/4 Death Toucher and try to just kill my opponent before he had Overlord. I did not expect him to have protection for Overlord. That was, I suppose that was foolish of me. I should have expected it. You know what? I'm fine with him seeing my hand. I don't want him killing my creatures. Because I can just Phantasmal Image his Elite Spellbinder if I really want to. Take something from his hand. I'm not worried about him making my 2-drops cost 2 more. He'll probably hit the Larcenist. But that's okay. Ooh, that was a nice top deck. He has flipped his 3/3. Does he have any kind of response? No. Okay. As a Gitaxian Spellstalker, the ward's kind of useless, but the double prowess will be cool if I decide to turn on the aggro. Ooh, Lingering Souls is really strong for my opponent here. I think I want to keep back the Spellstalker so that I can block his Spellstalker. This Intrude on the Mind is going to get him good. Good game. Got him. Yeah, that was a bit of a blowout. All right, 6-2. Let's get our 7 wins and claim the trophy. This is a good hand. We got an underdog on 2, a Gix on 3. We'll see what happens on turn 4. Man, that card's good. Our opponent's going to do it on his turn? No. Didn't see that coming. No, I have another creature to attack next turn when I play Gix. Just playing Gix there and attacking with underdog, he could double block and I wouldn't be getting any value. And then he probably just kills Gix and I don't draw any extra cards, so I didn't like the idea of that. Bloodthirst, Bloodchief's Thirst, and Fatal Push. Nice, opponent. It's as cool. I want to play Floodpits Drowner, and the next turn play Gix. And if I can draw a land before I play Gix, that would be golden. Ooh, nice. Thank you, opponent. Make this easier for me. Come on, island. Alright, I'll take a land. Lands are good. If I was in my opponent's shoes, I would have wanted that agent to block a Floodpits Drowner before I hit it. But we both got an extra card. I just didn't have to pay mana for it, so I'm happy. I did pay life for it, but oh well. Huh. Gonna make it 2/2? I want to make sure that that Teferi dies. Yeah, I want that Teferi to be dead. I gotta make sure that it's dead. I have a good feeling about this spell snare. Lots of 2-drop black removal. Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. That's not a 2-drop. I'm happy with either of those piles. I don't want to risk my opponent having a counterspell on his turn that didn't cost 2 mana. That's pretty strong. Yeah, it's making my main phase Intrude on the Mind look pretty bad. Hostile Investigator will be pretty good if my opponent only has 1 card in hand. Let's see. Thinking about doing something else. I think I'd rather just get Hostile Investigator out and keep up Spell Snare. he have something I can spell snare? Let's find out. Jeez. I have to discard the rest of my hand to keep Psychic Frog alive? Wow. Maybe I should have played Preacher of the Schism and kept up that Restless Reef. Blocking. That's a good sign. That's a great sign. All right, we got to trade. I don't think I need to leave up Sublime Epiphany. Okay. Yeah, you can have an extra turn, opponent. All right, that's what I like to see. Give me a free card. Removal. Now we get to keep up Shieldred. Go for the throat. Excellent. Spell Snare. Good game. Got him. That's a trophy. Excellent. 7-2 with our blue-black aggro tempo control deck. This was awesome. We had Thoughtseize and Fatal Push. We had Spell Snare and Make Disappear, Unnerving Grasp. Liliana of the Veil, Kite Sail Larcenist. Bunch of good ways to interact with our opponent's cards. Some 2-drops and 1-drops that created card advantage and dealt a lot of damage. Some 3-drops that had to be answered. 4-drops that were awesome. Yeah, this deck was sweet. Blue-black, fantastic. Well, I'll be back for some more Cube Draft tomorrow. Thanks for checking out my stream. I'm Felonious, and I appreciate you. Peace.